Okay, cool. All right, let's go this way. You can take the objective.
Don't shoot him.
No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Hey,
Him and me are gonna go have a fun time.
All right,
You guys go do something.
Okay, kill me if you have a tab. All right, let's
Ready?
go this way.
Ready?
You can take the objective.
Don't shoot him.
No, don't kill me.
Gang!
Don't kill me.
I got him.
Hey,
Him and me are gonna go have a fun time.
All right,
You guys go do something.
You can kill me if you have a tab.
Ready? Ready? I did it. Ready? I did it.
Gang!
Okay, cool. All right, let's go this way. You can take the objective.
Don't shoot him.
No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Hey,
Him and me are gonna go have a fun time.
All right,
You guys go do something.
You can kill me if you have a tab.
Ready? Ready? Ready?
Gang!
I got him. I did it. I did it.
He knows what he's doing.
Okay.
I know. He knows what he's doing.
Okay.
I gotta go. One round without dying. Impossible. Claim at least 4 plays. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh, last year. Okay. Okay. I'll be back later, maybe.
Go, Splin. Go, go, go!
Lindsay's ready now. Point A's under blue control. Reds, attack.
Ah!
couldn't touch myself. Oh, come over here. Second. Wait, come back. Fine.
You're going down, that's all this shit!
blood and sweat. Red playing point C. Blues match point B from red.
Negative.
I heard you're empty.
What the hell is wrong with you? Goddamn traitor!
Point B, 12 minutes without a fight. Point B, Tark, flat, blue. Red sees point A. Blue squeeze reds off point C. The Blues have fucked up the defense of point B. Blues block the enemy. Halfway to victory. He's unstoppable. Blues control point B now. Reds, your move. match ends with Blues winning. Great game. Good day, gentlemen, and welcome to the arena.
Twitch TV guy, bro. You better be good. Otherwise.
Or die.
Keep up. Are you nuts? What the hell? That's more like it.
Otherwise, I'm not
And
following
they
you.
are still breathing.
5,
Negative.
4, 3, 2.
Okay. Lost plan.
Your time to shine, fighters.
Move. Go, go, go.
Hey, no enemies around. Team leads mid-match. Red, grab the wheel. Fought hard and took point C.
Somebody kill this left ass cheek guy in our fucking spawn here. All you guys gonna let our fucking spawn get overrun?
The Blues
No.
are dominating the point capture. Blues, victory's almost yours.
Fuck out of here, buddy.
Yeah.
Belongs to Reds now. the arena. Get ready.
Hey, what is this mode, huh? I never played this. So what is
Are you
this, huh?
nuts? What the hell? Goddamn traitor! What about command? They just left us. What's up over there? Never mind. I heard you're empty. Too bad.
Point C's under blues now. Reds took point A for themselves. Reds ain't standing still. B's taken.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
You're welcome, buddy.
Point C's under blue control now.
Короче, блядь, я сейчас, сука, заебашу. И все за...
Reds grab point B. Waiting for blue's counter.
Хуя какой красивый, блядь. Чё, тиками, что ли? Сука, блядь.
Captured it. Reds shredded blues and captured point C. How freaking good is he? Blues control point C. Reds, your move. Hey, go, Reds. Beautiful. Good stuff. Carry it hard. Blues captured point A. Reds, pull it together. Blood and sweat. Reds play. Whoa, ready? Reds, keep it up. You're leading.
Yeah, keep saying that. Scav's here? No way, man. Scav, over there! Piece of shit! What the hell is wrong with you? Locals arrived! Scav ahead! That's more like it. I'm okay with it. Shit, what's the problem, man?
Point B goes red. Damn nice.
You're going down, I saw this shit.
He's a total maniac. Look at him. Red's dead set and leading at match midpoint.
Ah!
Captured point A. Blue, stop sitting around. Captured point C. Red.
Wasn't me. I was watching.
I need the kills, bro.
Control point A now. Your move. Gave up point A. Now it's red.
Shit.
Captured point C. Squeeze Red's off. I ain't wasting your goal. Right, finish it.
Ah!
Any second we'll see this match's winner. Red's got all the odds. Kicked Reds off point B and captured it. Point B, Red, fighting all Red, captured point B. Blue, stop sitting around.
I see a bandit.
This is why we're here, for moments like these.
Чё вы там, блядь? Засали? Сколько?
Nice one! Bad
Да, блядь.
Reds captured point C and left Blue with
Scavs here? No way, man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move! On you two and get moving! Point A's red now. Red claim. Point push up and grab point B. Blue, point C from red claws.
Request some ordnance.
Point A flip from red to blues. What's next?
I need the headshot.
Roger that.
Blue now. Red counter up. Red stop point C. Blues handed. Blues pulled off a slick capture of point C. Red, you fighting or what? Screwed up. Point C's red now.
Yeah, come on, Michael, get over here.
Point A and let Blues with nothing.
Oh, you're not gonna. Oh, that's embarrassing. Come on, bro.
No, you don't.
Hey, turn around. Get back here.
Nope.
We got a bandit.
It's
Like
called
right.
check your chambers, not check your wiener. Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Marvelous. Scan over there. Go. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you nuts? What the hell? Look. Good one.
Wait, let me pull it out. Oh, nice thing. Don't fucking shoot, you pussy. We can
I
like,
see a bandit.
get out. I won't hit you both times.
Move. Ah! Carry on, guys. Carry on, guys.
Come back over here.
That's more like it.
Let's go check
Get
chambers,
out.
not check your wiener.
Goddamn traitor!
You should vote to kick the guy who keeps shooting us.
Scaff, over there!
Jump reds out and catch it. Point A. Pros at work.
I see a bandit!
Switch red, clean. Point B.
Whip it out. Whip it out. You. You little pussy. Keep shooting everyone knifing. Get the fuck back here.
It's about capturing points. Why are they all red?
Yeah.
Point B. Red, stay sharp. All points yours, sir. We're nearing the end. They've got every shot at victory. 1 minute left.
Let me knife fight him. Don't shoot him. Your turn. See, you should just knife fight. Even your teammate doesn't like you, you piece of shit.
Last point C.
Hey, you're good. The hood batted discount didn't work on you today, so.
Fuck you, Sam.
What did I do? You have a good one. Bye bye. Hey, you're good. The hood batted discount didn't work on you today, so.
Fuck you, Sam.
What did I do? You have a good one.
This is what Cletus McFarland would have been if he was not a YouTuber. And honestly, the answer is pretty shocking. Before the Freedom Factory, before NASCAR, and before millions of fans knew him as Cletus, Garrett Mitchell was actually on a completely different path. He was studying law. That means if YouTube had never worked out, Cletus McFarland might have ended up becoming a lawyer instead of a full-time car creator. But while he was trying to balance school and 1320 video,
You should have told me you liked Gatlinburg. I would have took you with me.
Okay, well now you know for next time. So
Yeah,
if I catch you there
I
with
got
me,
you.
then-
We always got to take care of the hood baddies.
Then it's a problem.
Half of you won't survive until the evening. So, fight.
Nice move.
Last
Go as planned.
4, 3,
Roger that.
2, Valhalla awaits. Already snagged. Point A. Spreads up. Spreads now. Point B. Are taking point C. With blood and sweat, red claimed Point C.
Nice
Good one.
work.
Carry on, guys.
Ever since I found out that Santa wasn't real, days like today are my favorite days of the year. Vibrant is taking care of, that was way too close. Vibrant is taking care of all of the coolest parts of this build. What's really sick about this, aside from Joel's poor videographer skills right now, is that Vibrant has all of the other systems needed to make the one rotor run. So really everything necessary. It looks like a lot, it's not a lot, it is a lot. So let's get to unboxing what all we have in here. With the one rotor's goal of being the lightest possible Miata, there's no surprise that the whole exhaust system is going to be titanium. That weighs next to nothing. And then of course, can't get it to the back of the car without straight tubing. So we're gonna do 3-inch on this whole car. We could get away with 2.5 to be honest, because we don't know a lot of what the one rotor is gonna do. I wanna make sure that we don't have any real back pressure. This will allow us to take the exhaust bit by bit and turn it in the ways that we want to go. What is kind of neat is they sell welding rods. So this is all titanium welding rod. These are titanium exhaust hangers. These are the titanium V-bands. I got one meant for the steel one I already have, and the rest are the combos that will work. I'm gonna have to throw this in the CNC machine and take this ring down. There's nothing wrong with this ring. It's that the other ring is not a traditional size on the back of the exhaust for the turbo. Just like all Vibrant stuff fits on there. So we can have the downpipe immediately be titanium and keep that weight down. So that's what this little guy is for. This
Shit, what's the problem, man?
It's this.
No way.
That radiator is
Man,
the
they are
turbo.
still
You wanna keep it
breathing.
down tight low.
Go. Are you nuts? What the hell? Affirmative.
I can't do it.
Tarkov, over there!
Run hard and go! Red, 9, every point yours! Look at that! Just done! Point, red score! Clean loose up!
Yeah!
Captured point B. Grab point B. Waiting for blue's counter. Well, damn, red snagged all the points. Red gave up point A. Now it's blues. Kick reds off point B and captured it. Fucked up the defense of point A. Three teams leading. Blue, take the reins. Reds have captured point A. All points red now. Blues, time for bloody crazies under blue control now.
Ah!
Handed point C to red. Red's got all the points. Blues, you're in trouble. Match wrapping up. Reds won't drop the lead. Booted reds off point C and took it. Blues have fucked up the defense of point C. Reds lock down all points. Blues, what's your plan? Reds flash the enemy and rightfully win the match.
Low. So they obviously have wider radiuses, smoother radiuses for other things, but this is the actual diameter coming off of the turbo. This is tighter than I was expecting. You know, from it being here to the top of here, that's very small. But I wanted to make sure we had an option of getting the turbo out and then sizing it up, all the intercooler piping is gonna be 2.5 inch, but coming off of the turbo is 2.
That's clean.
Yeah, that is clean. It might be something where it comes off the turbo, sizes up. We've got choices on how to solve the plumbing. And then finally, for the first time, I actually picked the filter out. And so it's the correct size.
It's gonna cover the whole turbo.
Yeah, you won't even see the turbo, but we'll run it on the street or on road trips. This is a 2.5 inch, 180 degree bend. There's an oil filter right here. And so I'm kind of hoping that coming off of the intercooler, going into the throttle body, that this would work perfectly for it. If not, we can modify it. It feels wrong. We do know that this size will flow like 500 at least horsepower. I don't have experience more. Just in case. Just in case we needed the transition to happen later.
That's awesome.
That's incredible. Yeah, it seats right on there. This is what we've been waiting for. Hard to believe. Finn needs it so that he can start modeling and thinking about what, not modeling professionally, but modeling this in CAD. It couldn't be more brick-like than this. I wanted to make sure that this car was done all by one vendor to just show that Vibrant obviously can do this. But look at that. They have all the fittings, every angle imaginable. Of course, the standard 90 straights, 45, 60s, 30s. They've got all the different choices I would want for routing all of this around. And so basically, the way you look at it is these 10AN ones will be for oil, 12 will be for coolant, 6 will be for fuel. And this is something I'm very excited to try with them. They sell increments of PTFE stainless steel or other nylon hose. It doesn't look like a lot, it looks like a lot, it is a lot, but it's a very small car. So I'm very excited to start getting to work. We're gonna first start figuring out how to put that damn intercooler core into there and tuck it and make it look as clean as possible. So our original intention was to have it like this. Water-to-air intercoolers are very much known for having very low pressure drops. But if we were to flow it the way I wanted to originally, we have a chance for a pressure drop. Now, part of me is thinking, let's actually use it like it's intended and have air go through this side and come out the other side. So then I thought, okay, well, what about if the core is sitting up on an angle and we machine the end tanks square to the car? So the air comes in and it's just got a lot of surface area to go through. The height of it would be that squared off. And that seems to be my current #1 choice. I just got back from the gym and Joel is trying to rain on my parade. He is trying to say that just like our curse with Vibrant, it's 100% us getting the wrong air filters for the car. Now Joel said that this one does not fit. I sure as hell better not. God damn it, it's close. Let's see. Let's see if Joel's right. Not like this. Not like this. It'll go on. Just not on camera. It's gonna go on.
It's not looking good to me. Oh. Did you do it? Oh my gosh.
There we go. So look at that. It's even got perfect clearance.
I actually don't hate it with the intake.
I don't hate it either. That turned out really nice. Finn's making me look bad. He's got the alternator bracket for the one rotor and it looks pretty spicy. I love the surface finish. This is his first part CNC'd.
Yeah.
Mine, on the other hand, was just cutting a line and then drilling holes. Finn, am I right or am I completely?
No, you're way off.
Okay. One of the things that we both discussed is that this is a 90-degree edge where we can't get a 90-degree tool that doesn't exist in there. So we might have to trim just the very corners of this down. Oh, fuck you, Finn. Why are you making it look like it was that easy? And he's got a little arm that'll do this. What a cool, weird-ass engine bay. But I can't wait for all the Vibrant stuff to fill in right here. So we've now put the fuel rail, the throttle body, sensors. The turbo actually ends up going up like this. So that's pretty damn cool.
Wow, it looks like eyes.
Yeah, I was imagining that. That's why I wanted to see it myself. But yeah, aside from just the coolant kind of coming out here and purposely kind of hooking over down, that's a pretty stacked back corner of a Miata engine bay. We are back on the one rotor. We ran into some small fabrication hurdles. They're mindless, but they're just like still got to be done. We bought this online. It's the only stainless one I could find. As soon as we add the beefy V-band clamp, it hits the transmission, well, the bell housing specifically. So that's a no-go. It kills me to have flange and flange. So we are going to cut this off, make it so that way it can just kind of sit in there and we can just weld tube straight to it. So this is basically the beginning of our downpipe. So it'll curve downward at some point. Then we get our second challenge. So this is the stainless steel V-band flange. And this is, as you can tell the color difference, titanium. And they're both meant for 3-inch tube. I think this is probably to keep people from mixing them up a little bit, but their outside diameter of the clamps are different. I'm going to machine this outermost ring. You can see it almost perfectly from the camera down, so that way we can clamp steel to titanium within one V-band clamp, and then the rest of the exhaust can be all Vibrance, beautiful titanium. That went so quick that Joel was not ready. Pretend that is the turbo flange, which it is, and this is the downpipe. Now that means that we have really kind of any choice of exit and making essentially the downpipe, because then this will go from the back of the turbo down pipe and then go to a flange, and then that goes to the rest of the titanium exhaust. One thing you'll notice on this is those edges, it looks like diamonds. I'm just using a rough operation to finish something. So it's not the final operation where it's nice and smooth. I just made it a rough operation. That's what we're gonna roll with. But if you guys see that, it looks like it's beautiful, but that's actually unfinished work. This marks my official first time of machining titanium for use. Like I've played with it, but not actually done it properly. And it's of course a thin ass flange. So I put a hockey puck, which fit perfectly inside of there to help when I crush it down, because this is not a lathe. I can't do this, so I just have to do this. So we're gonna go very slow, which thankfully it already requires very slow. So we're about to find out together, can I do it? That was fairly smooth. Not as gummy as stainless, but it's got that similar feeling, but the outside diameter feels essentially the same. I'm being so conservative, I didn't go all the way down. So yeah, there's a little bit of a lip right there. Damn it. This is so exciting. It feels like we're back. So Ryder got this tacked up. He made the little baby beginning of a downpipe, and it made us have to choose some things. One is that obviously I cut the outside edge. I did not cut anything on the inside. I just cut the outside off. And it is slightly larger than the tube, which is okay, but that means that we have to do some filling. Well, steel, that's honestly very easy to do. The issue though is that I want to make sure that, see how the turbo is on the top part of that oval? And it really is that whole top radius. That's this part up here. We're gonna make sure we weld it to the top. So it's the best transition coming out of that turbo. So it spins, and we want to make sure that that transition, as it kind of hugs that top area, continues on. The bottom area is all the wastegate, and so we'll fill this in and give it a smoother surface as well, but the top one is our priority for sure. The cool part is this is all steel up to about right here or so, and then that flange and that other thing that I machined swaps it over to titanium, and everything all the way to this is all titanium. And you can get both from Vibrant, but we save a considerable amount of weight swapping early on down the exhaust. I have a bit of an issue, and I have a bit of a solution. Like just, I mean, it speaks for itself. We need to, what's called swedging it, and I was like, man, I saw a video online, and it was like one of those stupid videos you can't look away from where it's like a hot ball of steel, and I was like, well, what, wait. What if we press this onto this? But I was looking for like a metal ball that we can just push on the press and then widen this out a little bit. So I'm curious. I need to know. This is the point of no return. I expect to see some sort of witness marks there. We're gonna do this, leverage the whole width of this area to keep it from damaging the machine. 500 pounds. Look at it. You can actually see the force. Oh yeah, look at it. It expanded. It expanded the slightest bit. Watch. You see it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's max pounds. It's 16,000 pounds. Maybe we solved it on the other side. Yeah, it started to do it, but like Ryder's saying, it needs to be a ball like almost the size so it pops it out. I'm curious if that.
That's amazing.
The wrong side. We failed successfully. Look at that. Holy shit. We failed successfully. That's useful.
Yep. It's not like we need that extra half inch of length.
No.
I haven't tacked the V-band. I just put it on there for you.
Yeah.
If you would like the V-band right there or further out.
Ideally, we would want to have it where we put something to get the clamp over here.
Understood.
That's honestly looking so clean. So I'm just critiquing a step up is we could bring it up that little bit. It doesn't need to come back up, but it could just to do that last little bit. It's a want, that's not a need. It looks incredible. This thing better make all the power because that is the smoothest transitions and outputs from that little turbo.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ryder's absolutely crushing this. There is going to be zero back pressure issues with this turbo whatsoever. It's the smoothest, cleanest transition, goes right down, keeps it nice and up and tight. He's starting to work on the axle back. He called it axle back. That's a more appropriate name for the last part of this.
This is a rotary.
You already know.
We kind of want some length here.
Yeah.
So either maybe trim the bumper so that we can push it forward, or if you want to avoid that, we do have this one scrap piece that I found. But there would be a weld right there.
Let's put it there and then let God sort it out. It looks really good there. And then we'll add that extension. It's only one rotor.
Right.
Yeah, no, he's right. But yeah, we'll it just looks too good right in that spot, and you know, it's self-clearancing.
I like that terminology.
Ryder is crushing it, making me fall in love with a Miata again. He's working on the exhaust hangers right now, but it's all tacked together. And I was making the joke that this clamp is probably heavier than this entire exhaust. It is almost literally as high as you can get it. So it's above OEM, really. Unless I think they're probably smaller diameter exhaust pipe. But nice and clean path right out to the end. And we don't use the pie cuts until the very end. The air's already tumbling and somersaulting by this point. Pie cuts aren't going to really affect your efficiency very much, but I am excited to hear if this can be the best sounding one rotor turbo. The bar is set pretty low, but the exhaust sets that bar pretty high. This is actually pretty impressive, Finn, that you did this.
Yeah,
this
all by
work.
myself.
Could you run us through your welding thought?
I heated it up, and then I put metal on it.
Wow, you guys heard it here first. Yeah. That's deep. Thank God that he wasn't doing that. Yeah, so Ryder did an incredible job. It looks beautiful, back purged, clean, solid penetration. Something we all wish of. But
that's what you wish for?
No. Yeah. But this is a downpipe befitting of a one rotor. This still weirds me out. This shape, I didn't make it up. It works. This is all the steel that we're gonna have from here on out. are made in the kitchen. This is kind of the same thing. The design for this is being made at the computer. This is making a Miata engine bay look very empty. One of the biggest issues here is that we want smooth flow, and while we could get a tighter radius, like those donut things that they make stamped, the problem is that if it's on a horizontal like this, they're too close. So bringing it up like this actually brings them closer together in this direction and gives us end tanks and clean transitions.
And then this part lines up good with that.
Thanks to Vibrant, we have that tight radius piece there. Really can't beat this. This is a pretty good, easy to service combination. This allows us to have potentially the oil filter on the stock location. Honestly, this is overkill, intercooler wise. Very much. We could probably run that with a 2-rotor. So we got so busy with the 4-rotor and the IndyCar that we forgot to send this stuff out to 3D printing. And so we're going back to the basics. We're gonna make essentially a square coming off of this core right here, and then that square will transition to a circle, and then that'll go intercooler in, same exact thing out. So the intercooler kind of sit like this, but it'll look actually pretty square to the eye. Joel said it and it kills me. I hate giving him credit for anything ever. We'll just use cardboard. The end result will be basically a square of this shape. So this is that, is that, is that. And so whatever shape is required to get to that is the cardboard piece that we'll make. And then that cardboard will then be set on this piece of aluminum and cut out twice and bent twice.
So here's the mocked up end tank, and Ryder's about to make it out of metal.
We've got the entire exhaust done. It's now time to start solving the this to this problem. We have to cut this lip off, weld the Vibrant clamp, make it as tight to the 180 here so we don't hit this, and then into the intercooler, got cores to machine, and then out of the intercooler, going backwards into the turbo. I'm gonna be heading to Adelaide next week, so the guys get to work without me, and we'll see how chaotic it gets with me coming up with ideas, but then leaving them to try and figure out what I meant.
Oh, it's so light.
That's money.
That looks pretty good to me.
couldn't ask for any more. I was just out in Australia. I was getting sent pictures of this. This is my vision, but even better. Nice and small, 2-inch fitting, going up, expanding to 2.5, just so it's nice and consistent. It looks visually more appealing. Comes through the intercooler core at an angle with water going in and out, cooling that, and then that loops around to the throttle body and in. One thing that we have to watch out for is that this fitting is not filtered oil. So we're gonna have to modify this so that way the fittings coming out of this are filtered and then feed the front of the bearings too. You can see the oil accumulator or AccuSump is there, so we can really see that, hey, this is gonna create a nice extra set of oil that's pressurized. And then of course, everything else goes in the front, but I just absolutely love how this came to life because everything else is going to keep this area clear. So like, there'll be fittings coming out of here for the coolant, but that'll definitely go down and low. Davies Craig pumps are actually really great for like low volume flowing, low pressure, low volume, and this couldn't be more ideal. These are the little ones, 23 gallons per minute. We popped one of them in half, so you get to see, can't corrode this blade, that's perfect. We'll weld little 12 AN fittings in and out, keep this small. We've got both of those, one for the water to air intercooler and one for the radiator. We're getting all the systems plumbed in, but you know, being that we have some weird stuff on this car, it's not our standard build. It's like our standard build, so each of the systems has one or two things that we have to do unique, but Finn is going to make the front of the engine fitting system off of my data from before, and then our goal is to just keep that engine bay as empty as possible, just so you look in there and you really realize where all the power is being made, one pulse at a time.
After a several-month hiatus, we are going to get this car started in less than a week. At least turned over and fired up, which I think is a major win for all of us. We could use it. Oil, power, and a little bit of fuel, and you can fire this thing up. The coolant system doesn't have to be fully connected for me to turn it over and test it and get that pop. But the oil system most certainly does, especially with that aluminum rotor. We don't know what to expect. That said, just focus on the back, bring it to the firewall, and then hopefully within this video, this thing fires up. Ryder and I have gotten some really good solutions for this, and my number one goal is the shock factor of having basically a frunk. You can see Ryder's working with right now is gonna be the main coolant pump. We'll keep it low and tight, so we wanna have it where the coolant goes in here and comes out here, and both those lines come out and kind of drape around down here. Obviously one of them goes to that, and the other one goes to this. And the biggest goal I have is to make it look good, but also not have this one drop as much. So that way the air bubbles want to naturally gravitate up to this. Obviously the easy thing is straight across, but then we ruin that illusion. So I wanna figure out how to get it across without ruining the beauty of this. Same thing with the water system. We're gonna use one of PWR's Camaro coolers, cut these push lock fittings off, stick that vertically in here. These are still gonna be lower than the pump and the reservoir here. So the only area that we have an issue with for that little section would be air. I'm gonna be pushing the water through the bottom of it, and hopefully it helps suggest this air out, but otherwise we would put a little bleeder valve there. And we're gonna make it push lock fitting, if ever it makes quality push lock fittings, and they're more affordable than real race ones. And when I say that, I use kind of quotes, real race ones. They're still expensive because they're worth it, but they're also much more reasonable. Buying half of one of the IndyCar ones was more expensive than 2 of these whole setups from Vibrant. It was absolutely insane, and I get it, but these are the same quality to me. We'll have the other pump sitting here, reservoir sitting somewhere in here, and that whole system, again, kind of tucked and hidden away. It's really coming together quite nicely. The one thing I have to do is the AccuSump has a electronic check valve, and we'll have it tee into that, and I can turn it on and off. So once I go to turn the car off, it closes, so it's retaining oil pressure. And then when we go to turn it on, I think once it says cranking, I'll say, hey, open the floodgates And at least for the first time of cranking, it dumps some oil into the whole system. You want that AccuSump holding on to that, because if it lets go, that oil is going to rush back into the pan and overflow the pan. It's going to cause the engine to start backfiring. I know this from firsthand experience. That check valve thing on that becomes extremely valuable. We were trying to take thumbnails for the previous video, and there's like that angle that you can only see in motion, just that cool, like, shelf. It's a mid-engine Miata. People keep saying that. That's pretty much 100% true, unless you call it the air filter. But the engine is behind the front wheels, and it is so much lighter, as you saw in the videos from a couple months ago. I'm extremely happy, and I'm so ready to fire this thing back up. When it comes to Miatas, nobody knows better than Mazda how to do it. So what we did was we used Turo to rent the ND Miata, the 4th generation Miata, which I think is the most beautiful of them all. I wanted to experience what that car was like, so that way we try and make this one as modern and retro at the same time. And because of Turo, I was able to rent that car specifically. Normal rental services, you get a pretty standard specific set of cars that are nice and dependable, but with Turo, you have that plus all of the other cool cars that are potentially available in your area. Not only that, I'm able to pick it up at the airport, so it's not even inconvenient. It's more convenient to do that, skip the rental counter line, and you get to experience the car of either your dreams or just absolute curiosity. And I even got to indulge my own personal interest of experiencing the Rolls Royce with that. And that allowed me to know what is possible with a modern version of what I want to do with my Lincoln Continental. You know, just big car, luxury, quality, smooth power delivery. It's just being able to experience all those different things with the convenience of being able to pick it up at over 170 different airports. Turo has got it all. The better way to rent whenever you need a car. Thanks to Turo for sponsoring today's video, making this actually very possible. Click on the link in the description or click on the QR code to rent through Turo. Radium actually makes a kit for the Miata. With all the different companies I work with, I make sure that the whole car is that company, so that way it represents their brand properly. So this is Radium's fuel pressure regulator. Their attention to detail always impresses me.
Sick.
Oh, that's cool. That's an actual, like, dial in your own adventure, because normally you have to do the Allen key with the nut and pick and then, you know, go back and forth. This, you can just rotate it by hand, so it's more tactile. This low pressure out, it's on both sides. We'll cap one side off. That goes back to the tank. What's really neat about this type of setup, this gives you a choose your own adventure type of situation, and then the holes for mounting it go through it. This is a very polished setup. We will not need all of these, so we'll have to get some caps.
I feel like they have caps.
Yeah, well, there's this style. Oh my god, it comes with it.
I told you.
That's sick, because we actually don't need this one in here. Since the return line is 6 AN, we can make the whole system 6 AN. And so we can do one of two things. One is that we can have it all on one side, and then we just use the bigger fitting, but then that forces us to deal with 8 AN. Or we could do all of them on this side. Move this one over here, most likely mount it vertically like this. Man, they really give you choices here. That's pretty impressive. So for those carbureted guys, the vacuum pressure regulator, you can just close it off, or you can do a little barb, or you can do what looks like a 4 AN, 3 AN, or the airlock fitting. So we'll definitely do the 3 AN. We just built it on camera, our whole fuel pressure regulator.
Under 5 minutes.
Yeah, under 5 minutes, and when Joel cuts it, it'll be 10 seconds. We can adjust this, and look at it move separately, so this doesn't mess with that. And so Ryder can take this and run with it. That was actually not supposed to be the cool part. So this is one of the rare times where I'm actually going to use a traditional Walbro TI style pump. It's not brushless, it's brushed. And the normal fuel pumps use for current, but can't deny we don't need to go brushless on this setup. That's only good inside of a hanger. This is a fuel hanger for a 89 to 05 Mazda MX-5.
That's a lot of years.
When it works, it works.
That's
pretty clean. Yeah, this could run a lot more.
Oh, the banjos are nice too.
Oh yeah. I'm assuming this is probably near a tire or some shit like that. 7/8, 14 threads. So you could probably also turn this into an AN if you wanted to. Push lock fitting style. So yeah, brushless if we wanted to do brushless. Fuel level. Oh, there's a fuel level thing that can probably go on here. And then here's the little kit that comes with it. There's
the push lock
fittings
that you can switch to. That's cool. I've never seen that before. You can switch this style to like a normal rubber hose style.
Oh, probably for like OEM type.
OEM?
fitment?
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, it clicks on. So I got some very basic wiring to do, and then we've got ourselves a fuel system to drop in. So here we have the stock Miata first gen fuel hanger pickup and level sensor right there. We're gonna transplant. And I'm gonna be honest, this radium setup is almost too nice, even for our car. Kind of looking at what happens over here, you can see that's the level sensor. It's just a little resistor, variable resistor, and then it's got wires coming off of that. Sensor ground, sensor signal, and then those wires go up to this orange connector. And so I was worried that like, okay, we're gonna have to make extensions or something like that. Well, on this one, you can see those two bolts right there. Those two bolts are right there. They're closer, and then guess what? Radium set it up. So those two closest studs are fuel level. Very clean. So you can just cut them at the base and then put the little ring connectors on. It's got a little adapter I found. Could shift it around, I guess, a little bit. Check. If you've got bigger pumps or whatnot. But
I'm okay.
Situation. So there's the stock.
Confirmed.
Looking thing.
Affirmative.
Because of the nature of this car, we're using
Watch out for point C. It's now. Red's got a new prize. Point B is dead. Red's captured point A.
I see a bandit.
3, 2.
What's the matter? You scared? Fire at him! Come out, you coward!
Quincy's under red control. Time to take it. Quincy's under blue control. Red, attack. won't survive until the evening. So, fight like it's your last time, dogs. 5, 4, 3,
Other guys
2,
saw bears in the city.
your time to shine.
Yes.
What a good show. Settled in nice at watch out for point B. It's blue. Point C's under blue control now. Point A's guarded by blues now. Reds took point B from blue.
Whoa. I see a bandit.
We are coming. Do you understand me? The Reds have captured point C. Kick Reds off point B and captured it. Red on blue. Lead off. There's
I'm okay with it. Go, go, go! We got a bandit!
They just left?
Control point A now. Reds, your move.
No ammo.
Reds captured point C and left blue with nothing. Time to stop. 1 minute to match it. Blues, take the match and all the winning.
Just cut them at the base and then put the little ring connectors on. It's got a little adapter I found. Could shift it around, I guess, a little bit, maybe if you've got bigger pumps or whatnot. But the pump situation, so there's the stock Walbro looking thing, nothing crazy there. And then because of the nature of this car, we are using a 274. We can't stick it in there, but we'll make sure we give it its little booty to prevent it from picking up stones and shit. And then we have the section of hose that they've provided, cut that down, and then the nice style of hose clamps. This thing already came with ring terminals, so we technically won't even have to bust into this bag other than for the fuel level sensor. So we're gonna go ahead and get that going. Ryder has done an excellent job. Fuel level sensor is in a slightly different spot, but we're gonna have to recalibrate it anyway. And we've got the 274 in there, and I looked it up just to make sure, but that is correct. There's a 267 that is a low pressure version. You do not want, this is the higher pressure and it can run 90, 100 PSI, I think, somewhere in there. Got the fuel level and got the pump all cleaned up and isolated from each other. Away we go. It's time to go into the tank.
I've been
I'm messing with the IndyCar for a whole different video, Ryder is doing, I don't know what. He's actually making a little bulkhead area to allow us to get bigger fuel lines and their fittings in and out of the fuel tank without my idea of going through the passenger compartment. Fuel line from the front and the back have different fittings, and we don't want it to be permanently installed. We wanted to be able to remove the lines in case of servicing or whatever. So the braided steel is going to be very much used to protect those lines because it's just not meant to run such large fuel lines. Are they overkill? I think a little bit. That means I don't have to think about it when we go to tune it, but that requires a little bit more preparation work before we can get the fuel cycling through the car. This thing's a convertible. We've been making this difficult. We've both been like, I hit my head twice on the hood, never thought, let's just take the top down so we can work on the inside.
Yeah, I've never worked on a convertible. I'm not used to this.
So much. The one time we get to do this and make it easier on ourselves.
I was about to say, can you grab the flashlight so I could show you guys?
Yeah.
No, there you God said, let there be light.
Yeah.
Go around that, and then find our slot. Well, there will be a plate, so it'll automatically want to go down as we push. There we go. That's our slot.
Yeah, that's nice. Like Ryder was saying, he'll
three-story dorm building. Hey guys, this is a guide for the fence task against the conscience part 1. For this task, we do have to locate the champion's room on customs, and then you have to find out what happened to the champion and then survive an extract. So for this task, you will need the dorm overseer key, which is a new 2-use key for customs that does unlock a room on the 2nd floor of the 3-story dorm building, and BSG has recently added this key to the game. So this key can be found in the pockets and bags of scavs, as well as in jackets or in drawers, or it can also be found from your scav case. And there is also a guaranteed spawn every raid on Shoreline in one of the 4 possible locations, which I will show you guys in a second. But if you don't want to try your luck finding it in raid, then you can always just buy it from the flea market, where it has been going for between 300 and 500k. But obviously this could go up or down by the time that you guys are watching this guide, since the key is literally brand new and I don't have much data to go off of. So now for the key spawn locations, here's a map of Shoreline, and there is a guaranteed spawn every single raid in one of the 4 locations at the smuggler's base in the northeast section of the map. So my PMC is here on Shoreline just outside the smuggler's base, and as we do head into this area, all 4 spawns are located at the upper section of the smuggler base, so we will be heading up that way. The first key spawn location is inside of this red container just to the right of the northwest warehouse, and it is going to be on top of the desk beside this book. The second spawn will actually be inside of this northwestern warehouse just to the left of the seating area, which is basically in the center part of this warehouse, and it is going to be on the single bed left corner in front of the clothes. The third spawn is going to be just outside of this warehouse in front of the firing range underneath of this tent, and it is going to be in an ashtray that's on the table. And then the fourth and final potential spawn will be immediately to your right, just inside of this metal shack. And it is going to be located in a pan that is on top of the table at the very back of the shack. So in order to see inside of it, then you will have to walk up just like I'm doing here, because this is where it ended up spawning for me in this raid. And now I will show you guys where you can use this key on customs. So here's a map of customs, and to use this key, you will have to go to the 3-story dorm building on the 2nd floor. So my PMC is here in the dorm's courtyard, so here's where the 2-story dorms is located, and then this is the 3-story dorm building. Now heading in through the front door, you do want to go up the main stairwell to get to the 2nd floor and then take an immediate left. And then the room where we can use this dorm overseer key will be your first door on the right, which is going to be just before this knocked over stool. So once you do unlock the door and walk inside, then you will get a subtask complete for locating the champion's room. And then at the back of the room is going to be a dead PMC body that you can loot. But as you do walk up to the body, then you should get a second subtask complete for finding out what happened to the champion. And after this, then you can obviously loot the room if you do want to, but you will have to survive an extract from a raid on customs in order to complete the task. So if you do happen to die on your way to extract after locating the champion's room, then you can just load back into another customs raid and then survive an extract from that raid in order to hand the task over to fence. So hopefully you guys found this guide useful and it does help you guys to complete this task. Thank you all so much for stopping by and choosing my video to watch on this, and I hope that you have a fantastic rest of your day.
plated off. So again, the fuel stays out of the passenger compartment in case of a crash or whatever, but it won't snag on anything, and you can get those in and out without them hooking onto every bit of a edge inside of there. This is the stock tack dash, and this is the stock housing. It wasn't meant for this project, but I almost wonder if we should use UC10. This could replace this, and Richard showed me how to make it look like this. And then Joel pointed out that we do in fact have a 3D printer, so we could print a bezel that covers those corners. Yeah, look at, you didn't even get to the USB port right there. So that could very much happen. Way overkill, way overkill for this car, but it kind of works. I knew this day would come, and I have been avoiding using the flying lead harness that you can get from Haltech. In fact, I depinned it out of sheer confidence that I would never use it unless in an emergency. Well, this is the perfect case for the flying lead harness. This wire is considerably less expensive than mil-spec or Tefsel wiring. And for this car, it's not needed. And the most important part is we're gonna be using the R3. The stock ECU is right back here. I can get it much closer to the engine, but I wanna keep the whole heater core and air conditioning unit in there because I want it to eventually have air conditioning. I have to go around the heater core, which is more stock than any of the other cars we've worked on, and get it into the engine bay. Longer wire means let's use the flying lead harness.
I need you to promise me right now that you're not going to redo this.
That's weird. The microphone's picking up some really weird, like ghost-like audio. I can't make any promises. These wires I do have to repin, but look at this. This saves us a lot of time because if you buy it, they come in the connectors, and the connectors themselves are expensive. I just have to repin it, and we've got the majority of a harness done. Now, the only downside to doing it this way, this coating, is much thicker than it would be on the Tefsel wiring, and so the harness gets much bigger, even though it's actually a one-rotor harness. The other thing that kills me, this is the stock harness for power. I can't ignore that it's got enough power cord.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. We have to reinstall this because that goes straight to the starter, and the fuse box is directly connected to this. So either I would have to rewire all of that for no reason, and then cut this off and make a connector, and I would do that if it was a bigger car, but I want to prove a point that you could use all the stock stuff. I feel like I'm selling out, but I'm actually doing it more like a normal project car. This is a moment I've been wanting to do for a while. Pulled the last of the bolts out. Yeah, show the camera what the backside looks like. Tubes and hoses and shit. We are keeping all of that. Stuff that young me would have pulled out. This thing right here pulls from the windshield wiper area, or it pulls from inside the car. And then here, well, look at that. That is cool. We could gut some of this if I really had all the time in the world. Some of this is just not even used. It'll be for the JDM version of the car, or the version of the car with ABS. I do want to keep all the functionality of the steering wheel, and that includes all this shit, except for I don't feel comfortable with, I think, these two. You know what that is, probably?
Airbag?
Yeah. I don't feel comfortable actually having the airbag in my face. This is gonna be a big new challenge for me, because normally this is where we put the ECU and have all the room in the world to do it. Not this time. There's audio. I just don't have, I don't have words at the moment, because Joel bullied me off camera.
There's something you said that you weren't gonna do, and
I'm gonna do it. I don't want to say that Joel influenced me, because I don't want to give him that sort of credit, but I need to complete a proper street car. But this car, I'm trying to turn a hoe into a housewife. And here's the worst part, is I want to take this out and set it aside and like hold on to it, but I know I'm never going to put it back in. My biggest problem right now is that these Sherlock or Radlock fittings are expensive. And I have this much dick. It's not long enough. If I put it here, it doesn't reach the bulkhead. That was where Joel got me. He's like, that's funny because it's a convertible. You should do that on the FC. And I was like,
this guy's acting like he's gonna daily drive this car, you know?
This is a very big emotional moment. I wanted to daily drive it, but all that effort that we have to do to get this AC working, which means the compressor, the new condenser, It was like, shit, that same effort could be put into the FC, and that's really a better car for it. We're pulling this out, which makes this so much easier. I get to put this back in that nice spot, central as it is, the nexus of the car, and then it makes the cable shorter, the wiring harness, it makes all that so much shorter. So it's going back to what I'm good at, and it hurts because...
All right, so before you do this, how much weight do you think you're going to save right now?
38 pounds.
Okay, okay.
Because we're not getting the wiring.
I'm going to say 27. Wow.
Okay, that's a lot lighter than I'm thinking. Joel's going to win this one. God damn. For those wondering what's inside of it, there's the heater core lines, and so sure enough, there's going to be, if you flip this thing around, look at that. That's actually a heater core.
Oh, wow.
A gold heater core. So yeah, it's just sitting there, and then this is what's picking AC versus heat. In the electric sense, it's doing that outside of this, but this is physically heat, AC. Look at how much room just opened up.
Oh, wow. Is that meant to be?
It almost feels like it. Now, the other thing we're going to be doing is going to drive-by-wire. This is a GM kit, which works incredibly well. And I think this is actually the one that a lot of people use on RX-7s. We'll have to cut this out, and I think we'll make like a 3D printed bracket for this. Number one.
How thick is thick boy?
Thick boy. What?
Jeez.
Okay, that's fully
it's obviously the mic.
Fully hydrated. My phone, it's a max. I'm supposed to be 180. This clocks in at 6.4 pounds. Another 8 pounds.
Okay. 5.
So we just saved 20 pounds. We're already 100 and some odd pounds less in the engine bay. And so another 20 pounds in the front. This car is going to be almost rear weight biased. I was getting the core power ran from the back to the front. Realized that there wasn't room made for the starter. And we're going to use in the Wasp starter. This is going to be pretty fun because this is the starter meant for the 4-rotor. Or really, if you buy a starter for an FC from Wasp, this is the unit that you're going to get, and it is fast. This is the main power line. Stock car has the battery in the back. I just didn't want to waste the money on the heavy-duty cable, but this ultimately will go onto the back of that. Do not know what this thing is. And then this is the fuse box that will run the rest of the stock car off of. We're going to have this and my clean brand new stuff also tie in right here. So that way the battery goes through this cable and then goes up to my main 12-volt center. Because we're not really using a lot of battery, we're using a lot of alternator, this line can stay kind of small.
You did it. It's beautiful. It's perfect.
Look at this beautiful wall. Now, one of the most important things is we have the exact same crate for all of this because I can't tell what's in it as easily, and so it's easier to walk past them. But we have all of the XD parts. The XD Emporium, come on down. We got water pumps, we've got oil pumps, we got oil scavenge pumps, we got brand new pieces for them. And then we have a bunch of CDI boxes. This, I'm gonna beg Haltech to include in their code because these are really badass CDI boxes. And if you may see over there, we have 1,000,005 coil packs. And that's just asking to be used. And then this is really one of my crown jewels. This is camshafts, but these are meant for one of the last versions of the engine. From 96 till 99, perfect documentation, and then God knows what happened at Cosworth, and then what happened after that. You can't trust the very last thing that you read. We have way more engines than we thought. There's just certain parts we don't have enough of. One of the engines that was meant more for naturally aspirated, this was actually called the XD LM for Le Mans. We found this, which is just a spacer. And then we found this intake manifold amongst all of them. Those runners go right up to the very top of the whole intake plenum. This spacer was designed to get enough air volume over the velocity stacks. I'm thinking that this was meant for a naturally aspirated version of the car. Whether I wanted to or not, I have taken on the role of being a custodian of these engines, and I own that, and I take that very seriously. So my goal next is to get 1 or 2 of them using every brand new part and have those up potentially for sale. But it's finally end of an era of absorbing all this stuff from that massive place at Pink's to this little shop right here. So amidst all of the XD Cosworth stuff, we haven't been able to film as much because we're trying to scramble to pull those parts back. But you saw probably before, this is the coolant system, and it's all designed to bleed the air to the top. Anywhere that could trap air rises to either this point or rises through the core and rises to this point. So either way, we can bleed the whole system. But we'll have to take this thing off and put a coolant temp sensor on the bottom. We got the main battery lines ran. I am obsessed with having clean voltage. That is a 2-aught gauge wire to the center of it all. Ryder's currently working on the oil system. This is basically a bus stop into the AccuSump. That way we can just have that on lock when shit hits the fan. Aside from the XD stuff all taking up a significant portion of this week, by Friday, we should be able to turn it over.
This has been one of the most challenging wiring harnesses because I'm going fast and it's working against me. Now, that said, it is also the cheapest harness made because the flying lead harness.
Решил ко мне лезть? Ты, засранец вонючий, мать твою, а? Ну иди сюда, попробуй меня трахнуть, я тебя сам трахну, ублюдок!
Давай, блядь!